All right. I think we're good now. Just a second or two to prep. We've got a starting soon screen now, so I can actually start the stream, even if I still need to handle anything. Hey Xavier, how's it going? You're the person that did the crate release, right? The camera crate. Get that up over here. Nice. Congratulations on releasing your first crate. That's super exciting, honestly. Okay, so I've got some stuff. Let's spawn the sacrifice. I got a new level in here. Hey, Lindsay, how's it going? Started from Bevy pan orbit camera. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think I have the audio piping through. Well, I didn't have OBS up to check, so we'll never know. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, so this has audio on it, but I always forget to close my chat apps. There we go. All right, so I want to do some Blender stuff today. I was working with blenvy. If you watch the week video during the week, there's a bunch of different like. Well, that's the other thing. I need to pause the player coming in. There's a bunch of stuff about blenvy. I also need to potentially optimize my dev build. But yeah, I'm doing good. Currently rewriting your Octatree with slot map. Nice. I've been using a bunch of different stuff for this jam. I'm kind of like using this as an experimental, learn a couple of new things. So we've been working with blenvy, which is a Bevy and Blender integration. Been working with an unnamed UI library that isn't released yet. Get rid of the modal. And what I want to do is try to get a navigation mesh using a Velu Navigator. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I need to ask Francois if that is how you pronounce that. But this is a nav mesh crate that I would love to use today. So I've got a little test level set up, and we're going to pull this in and see if we can get some stuff moving around with the nav mesh. There's one thing that I do also, if we can figure out a fix for, there's a material that I have in blenvy, this little pink thing here. So I've got this sacrificial scene, which is kind of like, I have a bunch of Blender extensions for different things like materials and whatnot. And what I've figured out is that during development, because blenvy is not actually released yet, if I mess up, and by mess up, what I mean is if one of these random extensions adds random metadata that is unparsable, which is not something I can control, then the scene is something that I need to kind of like get rid of. So what I have here is a sacrificial scene that I do all of my material testing in. And then if it works in the sacrificial scene and spawns into Bevy, then I am good to go and I can use it in my actual project. Let's not run the modal example. Cargo run features. So that's this scene, this spawn sacrifice scene. Now, if I run in development, this seems to be pretty big in terms of loading. So you'll notice when I hit new game that technically the level is trying to spawn right now, but it's still pulling in assets. That's due to the way that blenvy currently does some manual like loading of GLTF and GLBs and stuff. Oh, I realized that the chat window is not scrolling. Good thing, I think, anyway. So yeah, you'll get the level like to spawn in here late, so the player doesn't actually land on the thing. And because I have depth of field connected to the player is just zooming away, and the depth of field is not on the level. So one thing that we can try to do here to fix that is in Cargo Toml. I don't think I have any of the optimizations for dev built in, and I believe those help. So the other thing is that I think I have this already set up for release, but if I do this and I build it in release, which should only like recompile 1 or 2 dependencies, I haven't really changed that much. The loading happens significantly faster. So main menu, and then this will load in before the player actually lands on it. And the player can run around and collide with things and whatnot. But you'll see that this mesh doesn't look like it does inside of Blender. It looks almost grayish. And I'm not sure exactly why that is. So I think that today, the 2 things that I want to do is I want to get the nav mesh stuff implemented, and I want to test that out. And then I want to kind of fix these material issues if we can figure out how to do that. I do have a directional light in the scene. I don't think I have an ambient light, so it could be something relating to like how this is lit. Or it could be any of a number of things. So we're not going to start with that. It also could be any of these nodes, I think, because I'm not sure what all of them are. But really, my understanding is that the only things that get exported are like the texture materials here, and the principled BSDF goes directly into the standard material. Oh, right. Somebody told me how to scale my interface. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a good size for stream, I think, but it's really, really, really big and almost unusable. So let's do 1.5 maybe. I want to bump it up a little bit so it's a little bit more readable, but I still need you to be able to actually use it. So yeah, just a kind of a chill scene today. Full node trees are not exported in GLTF. GLTF cannot do that. Yes. Yes, that is my understanding. I do not know exactly what happens to these intermediary nodes though. Because this is effectively just a texture, right? So one thing that we could do is, let's see. Let's open, not assets, but art, assets, materials, and I think this one is this wallpaper texture. So I've got it set up to when it downloads to unpack everything. There's a million different things there, but so there's 4 things in here, and we could load these in manually. But we've got all the individual textures. So I could just set these up specifically instead of trying to use whatever kind of like instancing solution they have here. Yeah, you can bake them to final texture. I have a material bake here. I have quick bake installed. It is not, how do I say this? It's not exactly terribly easy to use. Let's see, wallpaper, pink pattern. Because I think this just bakes out those textures anyway, and we already have the textures. So, yeah, I think copying those textures out and then just using them directly would be the solution. rather than all of these other nodes. Yeah, or just remove the intermediary nodes. Yeah. I don't think they're doing anything. I think like the values in them are like 1.0 and stuff. I think they're just used for like aids to get it to work if you want it to do in a certain way. So not too concerned about it. Yeah, connect the texture. Well, why not try that right now? They're already sitting there, so. Color all the way through to base color. See, that's weird though. The way they have this set up requires, oh, that's not the base color. That's the ambient occlusion color. That's why. Okay, so it's a little bit brighter. That's fine. I think the ambient occlusion probably isn't something that we'll even use. So we'll just leave that because I don't think it has a node on the BSDF. The roughness, it would be cool to have the roughness and stuff. I don't really need them per se. So roughness, normal. If we save this, theoretically, that should work out better. But it doesn't. So not sure. TBD. I wonder if it's a lighting issue inside of Bevy or whatnot. Hey, are you creating a game in Bevy? I am. This is Bevy. So the thing you just saw. Right now, I'm just kind of like, this is my main menu or whatever. Open a game, and then the player spawns into like this scene that isn't really like a scene to have a game with, but you can see I've got Bevy Tenua hooked up to the character. I've got colliders on everything. The colliders are defined inside of Blender and whatnot. And I have a little bit of trouble with materials, especially ones that come from not my own creation. So like the one we're looking at here is from Blender Kit and has some assumptions baked into it. And I don't know why it's turning into a like grayish color in the background, but TBD, who knows? The menu seems so cool. Thank you. I spent I probably of this whole demo, I probably spent the most time integrating Bevy TNUA. I don't know whether to call that Tenua or whatever, but it's the character controller, which is a fairly complicated character controller. And then the menu here in the animations, probably number 2. Competitive with getting blenvy to work and doing stuff in blenvy, but maybe there's also an issue of the mapping of the textures. Yeah. Yeah, I'm truly not sure exactly what the issue is here with the texture. But I'm also not too worried about it. Because like worst case scenario, I can just go through here and hook everything up manually with a standard material, write a system, and modify a bunch of the values and stuff. But I think I'm more interested in doing the navigator stuff right now. So I'm going to go with that. Always wanted to play with Bevy, but having just code would be hard. Yeah, do you write code, Saman? I would say that I really enjoy Rust. Rust is great. If you don't know Rust, then obviously it's a little bit more of an issue. Let's do not spawn sacrifice. All right, what I was going to do the optimizations. Bevy cheap book. That's not what I wanted. Don't give me fantasy books. Bevy cheat book. Optimize, something like that. This is what we need. We need this code right here and the code below it, which I wish were in the same code block, but they are not. What this will do is basically optimize Bevy, which should make the loading in dev faster. But it'll keep our code pretty unoptimized so that we still get all the debug symbols and stuff. This will probably re-kick off a build though. I'm using Rust for personal projects for almost 2 years now. You're in love. Yeah. So, I mean, it depends on what kind of game you're going to build then, right? One thing that I will say is that with blenvy coming out, blenvy is amazing. In this case, in this scene, we have a little dialog box to open basically, and I can just add colliders. In this case, I have a half space collider on the plane here. And then I have some custom stuff. So this collision grouping is custom. Collision grouping is here. So there's physics layers for avian, and then I have this collision grouping enum. When that collision grouping is applied inside of Blender, I have a component hook, which will set up the collision layers for that group. So if I want something in the environment, it'll, you know, put it sort of in the environment group and tell it to collide with players and whatever. By the way, Rust is already slow to compile. Recompiling Bevy Game each time you make a change, I think would be annoying. Is there any way to improve that? Yes, there are ways to improve that. First of all, the biggest thing is that you don't have to do a full rebuild unless you did something like I just did, which is change the core level of optimization for your code, you know, which requires, you know, all of the code to be recompiled. If you're not doing this, then the incremental compiles are pretty quick. But there is a bunch of stuff that you can do. What is it? The Bevy flock. So there's this quick start that the Game Jam people put together. And in here, there's a bunch of stuff around like dynamically loading shared libraries and stuff like that, which all speed up compile times. So if you look in cargo, there's this config fast builds that like tells you about different linkers and tells you about shared object stuff and et cetera, et cetera. So there are ways you can do faster. And then there's also, if you want to get really extreme about it, if you like really care about it, there's a more experimental crate, which will do hot reloading of Rust code called Dexterous Developer. Wasn't that a nightly feature? I don't think it's nightly. I think it's on the website. Let's see. I don't use it because I don't need it. But somewhere here. Quick start, assets, examples, FAQ. FAQ maybe? Oh, that's the Git FAQ. I don't use the website either very often. See, getting started, next steps, assets. I don't know where this is on the website. It's somewhere. Might not actually be on the website. Might be in the cheat book. Yeah. So basically there's a feature called dynamic linking, which is for faster compile times and whatnot. I don't think it requires nightly. At least I've never seen anybody who uses it using nightly. And then there's hot reload for all your assets and stuff too. Here we go. Dynamic linking. This is the thing I was looking for. Causes Bevy to be built and linked as a dynamic library. Recompilation is faster, yada yada. Known to work well on Linux. Windows and Mac are supported, but are less tested. Doesn't require nightly. So, yeah. Dexterous Developer might require nightly. I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't mention nightly anywhere, so I would assume no for Dexterous Developer as well. But hot reload is definitely more experimental in that sense. So doing a full recompile can be long depending on how many dependencies you have. I have a bunch of unreleased crates in my cargo toml, so like I'm depending on a bunch of Git repositories and stuff, which also takes a while. A little bit longer. Works with stable can find problems with linkers or strange crates like the JPEG library used by the image crate. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I think that hot reload is very, very experimental. The dynamic linking is less experimental, but you still modify some linking stuff. And then I don't personally find the incremental compiles to take too long. But, you know, whatever. Whatever works. So for this nav mesh stuff, we're going to have to pull in a GLTF file, which we can get by creating a blueprint in blenvy. Hey Steve, how's it going? We're going to need the plugin, obviously. This is the GLTF example. There goes our game. So you can see that with the development stuff turned on, this loads in significantly faster. Or with the optimizations for Bevy turned on, that is. So let's get this installed. Because what I really want is to be able to define nav meshes inside of Blender and use them. So we will need the plugin. Doesn't look like anything else is really important here. The loading of the GLTF may cause us an issue, but I think I'm going to stick the GLTF inside of Bevy Asset Loader anyway. So it will at least load before the level starts. Regarding the floor material, in Blender, are you in the material preview mode or textures? This is shading. So I do not know. I am in viewport shading. I guess this is the 3D view, which is completely unlit because there's no light. I guess theoretically I could add a light. I actually haven't tried a light yet. Let's add a light. Yeah, it's completely unlit, so see if we can get a quick light in here and if that will translate. Point light, sun, spot. I think point lights will work. I always forget which axis I'm supposed to be using. Stick that above this. In the drop-down menu, you can choose scene light or not. In this drop-down menu, lighting scene lights. I'm assuming that the view that we are looking at here means that it is not not lit in any useful way. Surprised the point light didn't work though. Am I getting pinged? Oh, uncheck scene light? Okay. I thought we had to have it checked. My Blender knowledge is not the best. So you're saying this should be the view that we see. The other thing is that we don't have that many. I don't think we have lights in our game either. So there's a whole smorgasbord of stuff. But if y'all are more interested in the lights, we can definitely do that. I put that in just the worst place to be able to click. I put that right where the little gizmo is. Let's make it a little bit lower. Put it maybe like, I don't know, over here. And then you're saying 10 watts might be a little low. Let's just yoink it up. Yeah, it definitely is low. So we'll do that over here. Save that, I suppose. Let's duplicate it and what is it? Shift Z will give me. Yeah, there we go. So now theoretically we have two. Lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. Oh, dang. You know what actually happened? Because I'm full screened here, y'all can't see it. But if I get to a empty thing here, the lights are already there. The lights are already in the scene. So, huzzah. So we can place lights. It does make it look a little better. I think it still looks a little gray compared to what I expected it to be. But lighting definitely helps. Having lights, it turns on, turning on lights, or it turns out turning on lights will, in fact, cause you to be able to see things. It's a weird vibe here, though, with the, like, the blacked out world. Okay, so I think we're good on that front. I guess it is gray, technically. Like, I'm looking at the texture here, and the background is gray. So that makes sense. This is supposed to be a wallpaper that I have on the floor. Also, you can remove the gizmo and the preferences. Yes. Okay, cool. Because you can do this via numpad. I don't have a numpad, but I also never use that thing anyway, so. But yeah, so I did get Blender Kit to work. I think that it's a little bit risky every time I use one of the materials because it might mean that I have to delete and recreate this scene, which is not a big deal. It's like a point light, a cube, a plane, and not really much else. But yeah. So I'm going to hop over to the other one, I think. So this is the compile speed if you like change a feature flag. but not any of the dependencies. So it's a couple seconds to recompile with a different feature flag, but it's not like, you know, impossible. I do, once I get everything set up, typically have Bevy Inspector eGUI, which means I do a lot of work inside of Blender as well. Or not inside of Blender, sorry, inside of Blender, but also inside of Bevy. And I have that turned off. I forget why I have that turned. Oh, I have it turned off because I had the buttons in the top left for the menu when I was debugging. Cool. So NavMesh plugin. We're going to need a second plugin at some point. So first we're going to do the NavMesh. We're going to spawn in some stuff and just have them go to random places. And then we're going to do dynamic colliders. That's my goal for the day, to get the NavMesh working. Let's put a light in this scene as well. Get rid of the Blender kit stuff. Let's not use that view because that view is not super important. Let's see, we've got our colliders on here. There's a lot of like extra stuff that different add-ons and plugins add to like the metadata effectively of each of these scenes. So that's what you're seeing right here. All these things that say upgrade needed and aren't blenvy or aren't Blender or aren't Bevy components are not things that we even want to touch. So ideally in the future, we'll be able to hide these, maybe hide them by name. So like hide all Blender kit, hide all cycles, like that kind of thing. But until then, we're just kind of like ignoring those. Cool. I think I want to use this. I don't know if I want to use the plane or not as the nav mesh, but we need to get the plugin in here. This is the blenvy code where I have an extra little thing in. I guess let's do a nav mesh thing, right? Let's do mod nav mesh. And we'll do use Bevy prelude. Edit preferences, viewport display, 3D viewport access, simple access. That's to turn on the thing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's a couple of things that I have. I have a Moonlander, which is a keyboard that is a split keyboard. And then when I'm doing like Blender stuff, sometimes I don't use this depending on how I have it set up. Partially because I don't know Blender that well. And when people say do control shift, whatever, I need that key to be available. So I have a 60% keyboard also on my desk for that kind of stuff. But I think that if I'm going to keep doing Blender stuff, I need a keyboard with a numpad because that'll just make everything easier. Because everything is built around having so many keys available. And while there's a bunch of keys and layers and stuff on the Moonlander, I think being able to just reach over and tap something like it's a Stream Deck or something, you know, to do some of that stuff would be much better. Basically a second keyboard as a Stream Deck. Nav mesh plugin here. App.add plugins. So if you're not familiar with Bevy, this is just adding the plugin from the crate that we just installed, which is the NavMesh crate. It provides some systems and stuff. Those systems will run at different schedules, different times. And then we need to take this plugin and add it to our app because we're going to write more code below this, and it's just a method of file organization, effectively. You have a corn keyboard. Yeah. One of those really small ones, right? That's the corn ones are like the 40% ones, right? Yeah, those are tiny, tiny keyboards. I don't know that I could go that small. Good on you, though. SketchUp has a bunch of washing machines. I actually have a washing machine in the scene. I modeled a washing machine. See where my library is. Here's my beautiful washing machine. There's no light in this scene, so here's my beautiful washing machine with a hollow interior, a top layer, and a kind of translucent-ish like door on it. Very, very intense, I know. So such Blender, such skill. I don't know what I'm doing in Blender. I have an art background, but I don't know how Blender works yet. But remapping keys for Blender gives you another chance to go down a remapping rabbit hole. Hey, I am down with at some point when I know a lot more about Blender, like it's in my hands more, I will do a custom layer. I tried doing a custom layer at one point when I was learning Blender in the past, and it turned out that I couldn't remember where I put anything really, which is really tough. So that's why I have the secondary keyboard, so that I have a standard thing. And yeah, the corn definitely fixed your wrist and shoulder pain in a jiffy. Nice, that's dope. Very excited about that. That's why I have the Moonlighter too, so that I because like I know you can't really tell from stream, but I'm a giant. I'm like 6'9" or like 206 centimeters for you non-American people. So like my shoulder width is very big, and like my arms don't come out at a keyboard size from my body. So split is wonderful for me. What was I doing? Nav mesh stuff. Nav mesh code. Add my plugin here. Let's keep the blenvy stuff together. That's widgets. This is collision layers. Let's do nav mesh next to collision layers. Why not? So now we have a nav mesh plugin. It isn't really doing anything yet. It does need to do stuff. Where's the documentation? Documentation is right here. So this is a GLTF example. We could run this as a demo, just so we know what we're getting ourselves into. Bevy 9 patch. What a crate. What an old crate that is no longer useful, thankfully. Now that 9 slice is in Bevy core. So we'll clone this in. Gonna empty my trash bin over there in case I am putting a lot of stuff onto my computer. So let's cargo run example, and this is the GLTF example. So this will take a second. There's not as many dependencies in this one. My project has over 500 because of all the crates that I'm using. This one only has 300 because it has a couple of crates, all of Bevy's features and stuff enabled as well. That bad boy is going to wash everything. Yep. Spin cycles, wash cycles, deep clean cycles. The theme for the jam is cycles. So while that builds, we'll just go back to... So they're using a specific handle ID for their tri-mesh. I don't think we need to do this because this will just pull in and we'll put it in a resource or something. We're going to have to be able to do that anyway. So we've got a couple of systems here. give target is like specifying target, so we don't even do that until we have the nav mesh in the first place. The moves are also for that. And then trigger nav mesh visibility is probably just going to come in, like we're probably just going to use that fundamentally, because we'll want to turn this on and off for debugging purposes. And they're just doing that on update. So we will do add systems, update, trigger, nav mesh, whatever. I wish Rust Analyzer didn't fill in the arguments for Bevy systems when I auto completed them. Run if in state, app state, in game. And we'll have to pull this into scope because it's not in scope currently. We do have a couple of types that don't exist. Current mesh. Current mesh is hopefully from the prelude for Navigator. Is there a prelude? There's a prelude. Let's pull in the prelude. Yeah, fair. Maybe not everything. Maybe it'll wash most things. Rust Analyzer's going through it there. What's my uptime on this computer? Oh, my computer's been up for a month. That's not good. I need to do a restart at some point. So this is the demo for the GLTF scene. So there's a nav mesh in here. That's a GLTF. The blue dots are nav meshing, finding their way towards the red one. When it gets to one, a new red one is spawned. There's a bunch of, we saw clicks in there. So there's click handlers for like giving a new target to get to. And then space will show the nav mesh. So this is the actual mesh that it's using to do the navigation. I am fundamentally not familiar with the actual algorithm. Although one day when I make a video about this, I will do more research into the algorithm so that I can explain it. But basically the idea is like, this is decomposed into a bunch of triangles, and then that somehow is used for navigation. But this is the general idea. Your old work Mac could do a week of uptime max. Yeah, I mean, like a month is not, I'm not happy about a month. We'll put it that way. I think a month is probably too long. Okay, so I think current mesh is something they define in here. Yeah, so current mesh is a handle to a nav mesh. I think that we'll copy that. That's fine. So we'll store our nav mesh in a resource. We're going to have a resource anyway. So, and then nav mesh disp is also a handle to a nav mesh. What is this function doing? I think we'll only have one nav mesh, so I don't think that we actually need current mesh. Well, actually, I don't even know if we'll need this resource, to be honest. We will need to tag it, though. So maybe we just make this a marker component for the moment. So this will just hang out. What is wrong there? Is that actually an issue, or is Rust Analyzer just freaking out? The Mac Studio will collect a lot of dust when it's left on. It's difficult to clean. Yeah. I could see that. It's also like a little box, right? We're not going to do that if. I think Rust Analyzer was just freaking out a little bit. So we've got that function, and then there's a bunch of setup code in here. So we will need a GLTF. I think that we can just use one of the GLTFs we already have. So this is called plane 2 right now. Let's make another one that is a different one, so that this is the collider, and then we'll have a different one for nav mesh. So let's add in a mesh here that's a plane, and the plane will be scaled by 10, so it's not quite as big as the other one. I am going to rename this to nav mesh, which will get written out into our GLTF. I think that this will be fine. We don't need to mark it as an asset. I think I'll be able to find this in the GLTF file. I go back and forth on whether I want this as a blueprint or not. A blueprint in blenvy terms is just like a separate GLTF. But for now, we're just going to keep it here. So let's look at physics, particles, modifiers. Where are I want to apply the scaling so that there's no confusion about what this should be. Forget how to do that. Sync with outliner, scale. There's something about going into what? Edit. And then 3D view, object, apply scale. 3D view. 3D view? You mean like layout? Object, apply, scale. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Clearly my Blender skills are not the best. Okay, so we've got nav mesh here. We should be able to find that by name, which is really what we need to do to get this setup scene to work. This is doing a bunch of like looking for GLTFs. I think that we'll have a handle from Bevy Asset Loader. So let's put that into our assets. Audio, player, texture. Let's do a new one. This will be nav mesh assets. Is nav mesh one word or two, you think? Nav mesh, nav mesh. I need to agree on a standard for myself. So in here, we're going to look for probably levels, I think. And then this will be scene.glb. And then this will be navmesh GLTF, because we'll be loading in the whole nav mesh. I don't think we can load in here by name. If we could, I would really enjoy that though. I usually only use the shortcut for operators I know and F3 for the others. Okay, F3 is the thing that I need to get into my hands. I don't know why my AC unit keeps turning off. I got an AC unit so that my room doesn't heat up to all hell when I stream. Levels, scene. So this will be our nav mesh GLTF. We can do stuff like this, like mesh 0 or whatever. I don't want to do that because it won't necessarily be the 0th mesh every time. So I think we're just going to load the whole GLTF and then look for it by name. So we need to add these to our actual loading assets. So that'll be a load collection, which apparently doesn't want to autocomplete. That's weird. Oh, because I was past a comma, that's why. Loading state, I think that's all we need to do to add things to our Bevy asset loader. I'm just loading everything when we boot the app, basically. Which, unfortunately, doesn't work with the way that blenvy is working with the loading. So at some point, I'd love to look into changing this. But, yeah. It would be cool if there was some kind of like automatic Bevy asset loader integration for blenvy that would pull in like automatic GLTF handles and stuff. Maybe as a third-party crate. Anyway, that's for the future. So then we're in here and we need to set this up, right? So fn setup nav mesh will happen at some point. We will need nav meshes, which is going to be a res of the nav mesh assets. We'll call this nav mesh assets. And then we need the GLTFs, all of them, because if we're going to access anything on the GLTF, we need to actually get it. And Bevy asset loader will only give us the handle. We'll pull that into scope. And then there's a bunch of like meshes and materials and stuff. I think that this is all going to be important because we're going to effectively create this ourselves, more or less. I don't know how this will go, because if we're creating it ourselves, then it's going to exist already in the scene. So TBD. I think that this probably makes more sense as a blueprint if that's going to happen like that. Which actually would probably make it easier for us from the Blender side. So maybe we delete this. We go to our library. And in our library collection, I'm going to create a new collection. It's going to be nav mesh collection. We're going to turn all this other stuff off. In here, we'll add our plane. Scale it by 10. Object. Apply scale. Save that out. We'll make this our nav mesh. So we'll still be able to look for it by name. This, however, is going to be the new name of the GLTF file. So back in our assets, in our nav mesh stuff, instead of loading in this whole scene, we're going to end up loading in nav mesh collection, I think is what it's going to be called. I have completely destroyed my Blender view. Apparently you can full screen that. I didn't know that that was a thing. We're going to mark this as an asset. And when we save this, we should be able to look into the blueprints directory and see our nav mesh. So can I preview this? GLTF preview 3D model. Document too large or no editor selected. Huh. I wonder if that has to be a GLTF and not a GLB. Anyway, if you're working with GLBs and you don't know what's in them, what do we call this? Import from GLB. New mesh.glb import. save it out here, and then in GLTF, I believe we'll be able to preview it. Unfortunately, it's not a great preview, but you can see our plane here. And this would work for any of the GLTFs that we're exporting. So we could preview our scenes in here. We could do whatever. Don't have to open Blender to see everything. Now, it's useful to note that this is using like a JavaScript engine to do the preview. So it's not necessarily the same way that it's going to show up inside of Bevy. But it is very cool. And now that I've done this, I've realized that I don't want to actually capitalize that name. I want to lowercase it. So I'm going to go back into Blender and rename it. Wow, I have a lot of desktops up. Just trying to use similar naming conventions across all of these different things so that I don't have to keep remembering whether I used Pascal case or snake case or camel case or whatever. Where did I put my editor? There it is. So inside of blueprints, this is blenvy itself. Let's not keep blenvy up. Where's my editor? Let's get rid of some of these desktops so that I don't have to. And then this is not what I'm looking for. Did I delete my editor? Or did I full screen it? I full screened it. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now it's called nav mesh collection .glb. So it'll be nav mesh collection.glb, and that'll be our GLTF file. So we'll have nav mesh assets, and then we'll be able to access here the handle, which is going to be nav mesh GLTF. We're going to let GLTF equal nav mesh assets. So GLTFs dot get this dot. I guess we could expect here because it'll always be there, but I'm going to do a familiar pattern of let OK. And then I'm going to else nav mesh missing return, just so that our game doesn't crash. I am a huge fan of doing a little bit of extra work to make sure that the game, when I'm building it, doesn't crash. Because crashing is an awful experience, and named meshes, nav mesh. Because crashing is an awful experience. Like starting up your game and then seeing it crash and then starting it and seeing it crash is terrible. I would much rather see some warnings. So nav meshes, yada, 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 some material stuff. It looks like they're putting a standard material on it, interestingly. Named meshes is going to be like this. I guess there's a .get here, right? What do I think of Codium? I don't know what Codium is. So I don't have an opinion. That was easy. I do not know what Codium is. There's probably a get here, right? So let's get on nav mesh. It's nav mesh GLTF missing. So this is then going to be a handle to a GLTF mesh. Awful for the final user, but IMO crashes better during development. I disagree. And I'll give you a reason for why I disagree. The reason I disagree is because if you have to refactor something, or for example, if I had to rebuild this Blender like environment, like the levels and stuff, because I'm putting things in here that have specific names, I'm putting things in here that are hierarchied in a specific way. Crashing doesn't particularly help me as much as a warning, especially if I'm doing a refactor or I'm rebuilding that level or something like that. Warnings tell me all of the problems that are happening, right? Not just the one that panicked. So I'll see that all of the things are missing or whatever, instead of hitting one specific condition and crashing. So I think that there are cases where you want to crash in development, right? If you want to do a debug assert for an assumption that you're doing, and have it crash or whatever, that could make sense. These are things that could go wrong if an asset that was dynamically loaded doesn't have what we expect it to, which is kind of the same thing as like, should this crash on user input? No. Like if you were building a web application or a web server, you would never crash on user input. So I think it's the same thing here, right? Okay, so they have a bunch of obstacles in their meshes. We really want this. GLTF meshes, name meshes plain. None of those are really what we're looking for at the moment. Spotlight, transform, GLTF. This is what we're looking for. This code right here. So let me pull this in so that we don't have to keep scrolling and whatnot. I think that's the right. Yeah. So theoretically, this is the code that we want. This is using a specific handle ID for the nav mesh. I don't think we need that. GLTF.id. GLTF in this case is GLTF's get GLTF.id. What is GLTF here? GLTF is the GLTF handle. Okay. So we already have this. So this just needs to be our GLTF, which we already have here. So we can get rid of this entire if because we already have it. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Nav mesh from Bevy mesh, GLTF meshes. Their GLTF meshes is this, right? Assets mesh. So mesh.get this handle that we already have. So this gives us the actual mesh information, or it'll give us the actual mesh. It'll pass that to from Bevy mesh, which is in the navigator crate, which will then give us a navigation mesh. Hey, Gray, how's it going? For some reason, this is incorrect. So did I do something wrong? that's a handle. This is GLTF meshes. For them, GLTF meshes is the GLTF mesh assets. Which we don't have. Why didn't I include that? So GLTF meshes is a GLTF mesh. We have a handle to a GLTF mesh right here. So this is going to be nav mesh for us. So this gets the nav mesh, unwraps it because it has to be there. I'll leave the unwrap so that we mirror their code for the moment. Gets the primitives and gets the mesh, passes that mesh to meshes.get. So that means this must be a handle, right? Or an option mesh, assets mesh. Yeah. So we're basically getting a chain of handles to meshes to eventually pass to this from Bevy mesh function. This from Bevy mesh function then gives us the nav mesh from that. So effectively, we've turned our plane into a nav mesh at this point. Now they are spawning in a PBR bundle with the nav mesh, which they are inserting as a wireframe. So that's what we saw in the demo. For anybody that's just joined, that demo is this demo. And if we hit space, you can see that there's a wireframe mesh here. So that wireframe is what we're looking at the code for right now. So that's this wireframe, which is a PBR bundle. So we'll need commands. I didn't bring commands in at the top. And then palette CSS antique white material. Is this material used? Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Nav meshes are very cool. It's like, so I'm using the jam for context to learn a bunch of things that I think are going to be useful in the future. I am not necessarily intending to win the jam. So we're using things like blenvy. So this nav mesh that we've created is actually just a mesh that is in Blender. And when we save this out, this writes out a GLTF file into our blueprints folder here, which we then are pulling into Bevy using for our nav mesh. And that's where we are right now, basically. So I can define the nav mesh inside of Blender, which is really nice, alongside the rest of the level and everything else. Is the 3D character going to use the nav mesh? Different 3D characters are going to use the nav mesh. Not the player isn't going to use the nav mesh, but the other stuff will. So when we get the nav mesh working, we're just going to spawn in some capsules and point them to different places. And that's how we'll test whether it works or not. Antique white is an interesting choice. Why not? Let's keep antique white. So they have nav mesh display. So handle try mesh optimized is a pre-initialized handle. So right at the top up here, they have handle try mesh optimized. It's a handle to a nav mesh. They initialize it from this ID. I don't think we need to do this const thing. I think we already have, I guess, the ability to make a handle and store it. So let's do, because we just created that. So we need to do basically the same thing, I guess. Create our own handle. Unfortunately, there's no, I guess hard coding it is the way, right? Because, huh. Handle weak from 128, handle weak from U128. I would have figured that there would be a type that could create this handle in a way that wouldn't conflict. Because we have to be setting up dynamic handles for loading everything else in. Adding the asset to a res asset returns the handle. Is nav meshes... This is inserting with that handle. So this is res mute assets. Does it? Let's check. Time to check the Bevy docs. I don't create custom handles that often. So res or assets. Let's go. Assets. Where's insert? Insert is here. No, we have to pass the asset in for that one. So add would probably be the... Yeah, add will give us back the ID. So if we change this to add, then this is let handle. Nav mesh handle equals nav meshes. We get rid of this. I really don't want the constant here because I feel like we should be able to create multiple of them. Let's not keep this handle right there. So this is nav mesh disp with that handle. So this handle can go here. And then this will be nav mesh handle. And this we didn't put the handle into earlier. We chose to wait. So let's check out what they have for nav mesh handle or nav mesh display. Just a handle to a nav mesh in a component. We will copy that. I know that when we did the toggle, we weren't using that. So now we can uncomment that because it will do what we expect it to do. Where does object come from? Not Shadowcaster is Bevy. So this won't cast shadows is what we're saying there. Oh, this is a capsule. The capsule stuff isn't even what we need to do yet. I think object is going to be from Navigator. Oh, no, it's not actually. It's just a custom component. So we'll just drop that in here for a second. And then navmesh dot to wireframe mesh. I guess the issue is that we would need to clone it, and it could be intense, is why they were doing the const. Yeah, borrowed after move. So if we did it the way they did it, we wouldn't need to clone it. Nav mesh here is a nav mesh. So we're creating the wireframe mesh when we do this, which means that we can just pull this out. Nav mesh wireframe. And then we basically have the same order we did before. So we don't need to clone it, even though 2 wireframe mesh probably clones under the hood anyway. Handles are just integers, so cloning is fine. Was this a handle? I don't think it was a handle. No, it was an actual nav mesh. That's why I was thinking about it. Yeah, it was the full nav mesh that I was avoiding cloning. And to be clear, I wasn't necessarily concerned with the clone. If we had to clone, I would have cloned. It wasn't a big deal to me. We don't have we don't have like an expansive nav mesh. It's not like a, you know, a Minecraft 30 million block nav mesh or something. So for this demo, not going to matter. But we don't have to. So shrug. Spent a couple seconds on it. But I definitely would have cloned if this was any harder than it was. Okay, so that one's in the nav mesh with a wireframe. This is like a capsule spawn, so we won't even deal with that yet, even though it all technically works. So I think setup nav mesh should work at that point. So when do we run setup nav mesh? Well, we probably run setup nav mesh in this case when we go into the system. So add systems, on enter, app state, in-game. Set up nav mesh. So our nav mesh should get set up when we enter the in-game state. For us, this will already be loaded if everything goes correctly because we're doing this via Bevy asset loader. I know for our actual level, it's going to be a little bit different because blenvy handles the loading there and they have some custom logic around how they load GLTF files. But the nav mesh will just be ready to go. So theoretically, we could do this work in like a loading state or whatever, but I decided to not put a loading state before the in-game state in this case. So do we run that and see what it does? We're not getting a warning here, are we? Why is this one GLTF taking forever? Ah, there we go. I don't do error handling currently, if you haven't noticed. For for whether if an asset doesn't load, it just hangs. I could totally do error handling. I just didn't. So our assets, this is in blueprints, not. The other thing I want to do at some point is run a game where you give somebody like a Blender file, a blend file or something like that, or like a way to produce a level, and then let them upload it to a running game in the browser. I think that kind of thing is super fun. So we crashed resource. We didn't insert the resource. This is requested by the trigger visibility. So we should be able to just insert this. If I'm in the right file. And then current mesh is the handle to the nav mesh. So we're just gonna like clone it and insert it. This is our nav mesh handle here. Insert resource, current mesh, nav mesh handle. And we're going to clone this. And this is the thing we were talking about earlier. This is a handle clone. So a handle is just an ID increment or whatever. User-generated content. I prefer content-generated users. I don't want to do like a, just to be clear, I don't want to do like a whole thing where I like people upload and like there's a marketplace and whatever. I just think it's fun to be able to make your own levels. Let's see. Trigger nav mesh does not exist. Current mesh. Interesting. Nav mesh GLTF missing. There we go. So nav mesh GLTF missing. And I didn't do this. Okay, there we go. So is it the actual nav mesh or is it the... nav mesh? It's the actual nav mesh label. So let's do gltf dot what meshes, named meshes dot, can we do keys here? Keys dot collect. I'll just log this out. I guess that should go fairly permanently in here though, now that I think about it. More nav mesh missing, and then like available. Also, I always forget that Bevy still supports this kind of thing. So if you've ever used tracing before, you can use like this custom like question mark thing and also a message. So let's see, available mesh names. I guess this goes in the warn then. And this will go below this. So now when it warns, it'll give us the mesh names. There's a Spore-like MMO called Creature Creator. That's kind of cool. Spore is one of those like generational things, right? Okay, so the mesh name itself is plain 4. So if we go in here, it's not actually the container that we need to name, it's this. We need to name the actual mesh. So what is this icon for? If this is a mesh, then this is a object. So let's do nav mesh object. And this is nav mesh. And this is collection. Only the creature phase doesn't go through bacteria and the other ones. Okay, so there's our nav mesh displayed on screen, which is really cool. It obviously is not much of a nav mesh, just to put that out there. So let's do something a little bit more interesting. For this nav mesh, right? Let's take a cube and let's scale this 2x, and let's do a modifier on the nav mesh. What modifier am I doing here? Is it deform, displace? Too bad Blender wasn't written in Rust. I think it's fine. The app did double send your message. I saw it twice. I don't know why it's double sent, but I just assumed it was a network hiccup or something. Yeah, if Blender was written in Rust, I would feel much more comfortable like getting into it. I don't particularly like Python for the scripting language either, but given that I didn't make any of it, I can't really I can't really complain. I get this awesome piece of software for free. Solidify is not what I was looking for. Boolean? I think Boolean is what I'm looking for. And then we're looking for cube 3. We're looking for difference. And if we don't show cube 3, we'll get a little hole in the middle. And then what I want to do here is try to remember how to apply this. Apply. And now our nav mesh has a little hole in the middle. You used to have commit rights for Blender? Dang. Okay, so now we have a much more interesting looking, there's something else going on with raycast. Triangle list is the only supported primitive topology. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to matter for us. I wonder if I can force this to be a triangle list. I don't know what this is. Commit rights for Blender. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm super excited to have Blender as a piece of software, and I'm not working on it, so I don't much care what it's written in. As a user, I don't find Python to be the best scripting language, but, you know, I didn't build any of the scripting support, so, like, I don't really have room to talk. And then Blender is just amazing as a tool. Like, I can't imagine doing all this work for, how long has it been around? 20 years at this point? 10, 20 years? Okay, so we have a nav mesh, but Bevy mod raycast only supports triangle lists? Better than Lua? Yeah, probably. Full language versus... Although I see people building games with Love 2D and whatever. I think the only thing about Lua that's really weird is the 1 index. Where everything starts at 1 instead of 0. I don't use Lua that much, though, so I don't have any real opinions. You watched a video by the creator of Blender? Oh, no, the spore thing. Yeah. Serializing user-created creatures over the network? Interesting. If you have that, if you know where that video is, I would be interested in watching that if you want to put it in Discord. At the time, it was mostly C. Now it's mostly C++. 30 years? 30 years is so much time. See, 30 years is why it's hilarious when people are like, I could build Blender in a weekend. No, it took many people 30 years to get Blender to where it is today. You can render a triangle over a weekend. You can't build Blender in a weekend. Okay, so triangle list is the only supported primitive topology. Is there any way to even have a chance at controlling that? Does it even matter is the other question. Do we need raycast? Can we just work without it? Because it's only the mouse over. That was the issue. 1 indexing is weird, but it's also an oddly limited language. Name spacing, also weird. But I'm not actually a language zealot. Yeah. I don't attract language zealots to my channel. So very few of those people show up. After all, you learned to program in Common Lisp? Nice. I've used Lisp a couple of times. I think Steelbank Common Lisp was the compiler. And then, obviously, I was an Emacs user for a while, so I was writing eLisp. But you could build a scene in Blender with the word Blender in a weekend. Hopefully you could do that in less than a weekend. I think there's a text input, right? Text mesh. You were hoping Bevy integrated modeling, texture painting, and basic rigging in the future. I don't know what Bevy is going to integrate. It's interesting to think about. There's a lot of conversations happening right now this week about UI in the editor, and whether incrementalization or reactivity and other technologies like that are the right ways to go. There are people pretty strongly opinionated that they are, and that we should do it kind of like incrementally. Incrementally. That's funny. Lot of conversation happening around all of that stuff, and all of that will impact like what Bevy actually ends up with in terms of an editor. So I think it's way too early to even say what Bevy will be capable of in 5 or 10 years. You learn bottom up at engineering school, transistor, CPU, machine language, ASM, C, C++. Dang. That is, I'm working on my embedded stuff. I've got a couple of boards, a couple of microcontrollers here and stuff like that. But it's hard to find good content. It's hard to find good, like, explanatory stuff. So I'm kind of just stumbling through it. But I came at it from the other angle too. I came at it from like, I didn't go to school for computer science because when I was in school, Java didn't appeal to me. I was looking at Java and I was going like, I don't want to do this. But I was writing like action script and stuff like that. So I kind of came from that direction. And then I wrote Haskell professionally for a while. I did some Erlang stuff, did some Lisp stuff, wrote Clojure for a brief period of time, learned Go when I worked at Docker, then used that for a little while. And then Rust came along. I think that was probably like 2017, 2018 when I got into Rust, something like that. For the very first time anyway. And Rust has been great since then. So I think Rust gives me a lot of ability to do a lot of different things. Like we're building a game today, but if I did a stream tomorrow, we could do embedded stuff tomorrow, which is really fun. I'm not going to do that. Just I'm not doing an embedded stream tomorrow. There's still one day left in the Bevy Jam. But it's a lot of fun to be able to do a whole bunch of different things. Jam theme is cycles. Theme is listed somewhere in here. The chosen theme is cycles. So last week when we started, kind of got into the headspace of doing like an Overcooked style game, but built around a laundromat. So like wash cycle, spin cycle, that kind of stuff, which I still think is a good idea. And I'm having a ton of fun with this project, honestly. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff that I needed to do this week. I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. Hilariously, I'm using like a couple of unreleased crates in this game and also like blenvy and stuff, and all of the research level stuff has worked out great. And then I spent like at least half my time integrating Bevy Tenua for the character controller. I wish that I had known that it was going to take me that long and that I had learned how to work with Bevy Tenua before the jam, because it would have saved me a lot of time. I would have been able to get a lot more done. But you live, you learn. It was fun, so I'll know for next time. Okay, so nav mesh, etc. What is this? This is capsule with a shadow caster. This just throws in some stuff. So maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. Where's the transform? 0, 0, 0 will not technically fall through, but it won't be in the area either. So let's see, the Blender cube is 2, we scaled it up by 2. So I think we have to be at least 10 out. X, Y, Z, I think no, that's the light. Why am I doing the light? It's, I need this. I think 10, 1, 10. I don't think this will put it into the nav mesh actually, but I'm curious to see if it runs into any issues. Close to 48 hours remaining. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. For me, it's Monday at 9 a.m. that the cycle closes. So I could, if I wanted to, theoretically, like work a bunch this weekend and do more. But there's a show I want to go to later today, and I want to go to the show. And again, I'm not working on, like, I'm not trying to win, you know. So the only issue when we visualize the nav mesh is for the ray casting. So I actually don't think it's an issue. It's a visualization issue, but it doesn't seem to be a usage issue. We need this to be inside of the nav mesh, so probably something a little bit more like 5 would work. Doing the math from Blender to Bevy is awkward because the default cube in Blender is like a 2x2 cube or something like that. And I always expect it to be a 1x1. But it's in Blender, it's 1 on either side of every axis. Okay, so that little thing is inside now. So can we get it to go to the other side is the question, honestly. So we spawned in. This is doing a bunch of targeting stuff. We've got the nav mesh. You can disable raycast for this entity by adding or removing a special component. Don't remember which. For the nav mesh, or are you saying more generally? I don't think I care about disabling the raycast at the moment. I don't think we're actually using the raycast at all. Yeah. I don't think we're actually using the raycast, but we'll find out. Give target auto will be a thing that spawns if something doesn't exist. So this gets the nav mesh, gets an XY. If transformed is in mesh. So we probably need to match X and Z. Or we need to match Y, right? So we need to be at Y's level. Later. Have a good rest of your day. We need to match Y's level for the nav mesh for it to actually work, I believe. TBD. Nav mesh transformed path gives us something. Okay, so this is going to be our auto. We're just going to copy this auto, I think. Makes the most sense to me at the moment. So this will be a red light. Target comes from Bevy Inspector E GUI? That doesn't sound right. There we go. It's a custom component. I don't mind stealing their components for a bit. I'll probably rewrite some of this so that it fits more with this game at some other time. But we also don't have rand currently. So if we're going to rand, we should rand. And then gen range. Come on, Rust Analyzer, you can do it. All right, is path in here? Path is in here, current and next. So we'll steal that as well. So there's a bunch of like, where should these things be going? How long is the jam? Aren't we? I mean, you and the others, not me, in the final stretch. Yes. The jam ends on Monday at like 9 a.m. This is definitely, if you are going to submit and you are going to like try to win or whatever, you have 2 days almost exactly. Because it started, what is it? It started an hour after we started streaming last week, and it ends like 49 hours after that. So 2 days left. I think for me, I don't even know if I'm gonna actually submit yet. I think that the UI that I've built isn't necessarily going to work on Wasm, and I haven't tested it. The UI that I built is actually, we could talk about that a little bit. Actually, we can't because I have a compiler. The UI that I've built is built on top of Velo. And if you go look at Velo, specifically Bevy Velo, but I think the warning that, yeah, there we go. So there's a web demo. It technically works on Wasm. It works in web GPU, but it doesn't necessarily work, period. Like, it doesn't necessarily work. Thanks for the link. So TBD about whether that UI will even work. I know blenvy will work. And there's a couple other things that are like, I just don't know. So TBD. If I can't get it to work on Wasm, I might just get rid of the menu. I might do whatever. I don't know. I don't know what it'll end up. I also have to do all of This Week in Bevy this weekend, which will take a significant chunk of time away from my jam participation, just like it did last Sunday. So it'll really depend on whether I want to really try to get something in and put a bunch of extra effort in, or if I want to kind of take it slower and then just work on it again next week. I think I'll still like post what I have and what exists, but yeah, that's where I'm at with my jam demo. So technically this compiles. I didn't check any of that code at all. So the spacing is definitely wrong. So let's see. If we're going to rand, right, and we're going to rand between something and something, I think it needs to be between 5 and 10 with nothing in the middle. This will loop until it finds one. So let's do -10 and 10, because I think that's our gap. So this will put our thing together. It'll figure out, because we're using the nav mesh assets now, so this function just does what it does. It'll put a red marker, and the other entity, anything marked with object, I believe. Yeah, anything here marked with object that doesn't have a path. Interesting. We aren't removing that path anywhere. So this will only work once in that scenario. Let's see. Move object. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, we'll see. I think it'll only work once if it does work at all. Okay, so I didn't add the system to I didn't add the system to actually run. So it turns out if you don't add things, they don't run. So we'll just stack it in here. It's really funny how that works. If you don't add things to your actual application, then they don't actually execute when you run your application. But yeah, I'm very happy with these buttons. And generally this approach at all in total. I really like the Velo approach. Okay, so the other thing that we probably don't have is the movement logic for this object. But we do get a little red light, which is cool. So let's take a look and see if there's a... Is move object actually the thing? Yeah, I think actually move object is the thing. What other systems do we have? Setup scene, setup, check textures. We don't need to do any of that. Give target, move object, move hover. What is move hover? I think we need both of these. Move hover. This looks like actually the one we want. TBD, we'll find out. So this is querying for hover. I don't think we have any hovers. What is hover? Right, there's a system to move hovers, move hover, hover, NB hover, hover, and this is in setup scene. I don't know what a hover is. Spotlight bundle, spotlights. I don't think we care about hovers. I think we care about moving objects because these objects are the things that are going to navigate around the nav mesh. But we don't care about whatever a hover is. That looks like it's almost not really used in that demo. All right, our nav mesh is working. That's sick. That's so exciting. I'm just gonna record it right now. I'm so excited about that. Oh, wow. I'm just going to keep this running in the corner, I think. Just make sure I haven't accidentally included audio in this. The capsule compensates for the player in height. Considering the average, we're good. Shrug. This is super exciting though, because this means that. So the one thing that I was really, I don't want to say nervous about, but one thing that I was interested in figuring out was whether or not it was going to be possible to send. So like if you're running a laundromat and it's like an overcooked kind of thing, you have to have customers come in, and those customers have to have targets that they move towards and they do things. And I was just thinking about that whole process, and like, you could just make it like it goes straight to the register and then it leaves or whatever, right? But it would be fun to have more complicated behaviors. And a nav mesh is really the way to do that, I think. Right? Because like now you could have two like customers get angry at each other. You know, like one bumps into another one and then they're like attracting other people to an area or like something like that. And it's much easier to code that kind of behavior with the nav mesh, because you can just be like, this point, that point, these things are moving, make everything work. Sick. I'm so excited about this, actually. So it kind of goes through that middle portion sometimes. So really what we have here is not... I don't think we have an obstacle in the middle. Oh, it looks like it went around that corner, though. And it never goes through. Yeah, it does go around the corner. It has never gone... Oh, there. So I'm not sure what that behavior is. I'm not sure... I think it'll go straight through the center of this nav mesh. I don't think that's actually a gap. I can't tell, though. I think that'll be like TBD, right? That'll be like polish kind of thing. It never goes straight through. It does get close. So maybe just make sure that the nav mesh is like a suitable distance away from any collidable object. But this is very exciting. The center of the capsule goes to the edge but never enters. Oh, the center of the capsule. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is it. You're right. So there's no width to this thing then. I wonder if we can kind of like make it have a width or something like that. But the other thing that I want to do now that this is working is that I want to be able to place things dynamically and adjust the nav mesh. So I think we expand the nav mesh to be bigger to fit this whole plane. And then we start working on dynamicness. And I know dynamicness is such a technical word, right? Let me add all of this stuff because the nav mesh is working and I don't want to lose that. I've made all of 5 commits. I made a couple. Basically, the only commits I've made are commits on stream. And for the last 6 days or so, I've just been writing random code and not saving anything. So do as I say, not as I do when it comes to your Git hygiene there. So how big is our scene then? Our scene is like 100, I think. This information will be somewhere in this menu. Scale of 20. And it didn't need to be specifically placed because library, nav mesh object. I guess we keep the middle. So let's delete this. Let's do a add for the mesh for a plane. We'll scale it up 20. And then I think we do the cube thing again. I think I want to cut the cube out of it again. Apply scale, modifiers, add modifier, Boolean is somewhere. Boolean object cube 3 cuts that hole in the middle. Apply. This needs to be named nav mesh. This is now named nav mesh 1 because we have what, unused data that's called nav mesh that I'll delete. We'll get rid of plane 2 as well. View layer, we'll call this nav mesh now because we can. And then this is nav mesh collection. Mark it as an asset. Nope, don't mark that as an asset. Unmark as asset. Wrong asset. Wrong asset. Back out. Back out. Mark as asset. Okay, so the collection should be the asset. This should still work. Let's run it to make sure. Okay, and now this is full. So this is the full size of this plane, which is cool. And that'll set us up well for placing things dynamically inside of it. The capsule compensates for the player in height, considering the average. We're good. Yeah. Scale 20, but the plane before was 2 meters wide. Yes. Scale 20, but the plane before scale was 2 meters wide because they are all 2 meters wide. The default size of an object is actually 2 meters in Blender. I think that's true for planes as well as cubes. But if we zoom in here, there's one box in this grid on every axis. So it's not a 1 by 1 by 1 cube, it's a 2 by 2 by 2 cube. And I think that's just true. So if I add a plane here, plane looks, yeah, okay. So plane looks like it might be 1 by 1 by 1. Uh, 3D view, right panel, item. 3D view, so layout, right panel, item. Yeah, so it's 2 by 2. So I think everything comes in as 2 by 2. I think we scaled up the cube, if I remember correctly. So the cube should be, yeah, cube is 4 by 4. And this is 2 by 2 because each square is 1. The fact that everything is 2 by 2 by 2, I'm sure has to have a good reason. But I really expected everything to be 1 by 1 by 1. Probably because if it's 2 by 2 by 2, then you can work with it easier in some respect. I don't know. Okay, so we've got static. And do we have dynamic? N shows the panel quicker. Let's see. Capital capital N or N? Oh, sick. All right. Thank you. Okay, so we have a nav mesh updater plugin. So we can bring this in. And we'll add it to our plugins. I guess plugins should be really first, right? If we're actually going with some code organization. So we've got Navigator plugin and Dynamic plugin. Why is that not being seen? expected value found. Oh, because I need to default it or something. So maybe default. Maybe not default. Do we not have a default? We do have a default. Maybe I need to mark it with specific obstacle and marker components. That seems right. So let's look at what they do in the actual demo then, because they'll have a usage of it somewhere. I don't think it's in this one. So we have to go look at one of the other examples. This will be the, I guess, random obstacles example. So we still have this up. Let's run it. So this is just a setup of a bunch of random kind of like meshes and stuff. And if you click here and click there, it'll find a path for you. If we hit space, it'll dynamically generate whatever. I've looked at this demo before, if you can't tell. And this will draw a line from path to path. So that should be what we need, which means that it should have this updater plugin. But it only has the navigator plugin. On mesh change. Maybe this isn't the right one to look at. Maybe the plugin got pulled in after. Auto nav mesh AABB. So this will nav mesh with AABBs. I think we have an AABB on everything that we spawn in from Blender. There's also an AABB in Avian, but I think we get an AABB for everything from blenvy. So that's what I'm going to use for now. An obstacle is going to be a custom component in here. So this will have to get tagged on everything. And because it's going to get tagged on everything, what I'm going to do is implement reflect on this and say that we're going to reflect the component information. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, right. That's what I need. Reflect component. Did I mistype that? What's the problem there? Do I use a window manager? I do. The window manager I use is called Yabai. Y-A-B-A-I. This needs to get pulled in from Bevy. So use Bevy, reflect component. No. I've already done this. Why? I literally wrote this code earlier. Reflect component, I guess, is what I really want. Let's get rid of this. I don't know what I was thinking. Reflect component is the reflect trait. I think reflect component is the thing that we need. So what I want to do then is .register type here. So this is basically how to get component information into blenvy. How to get it into Blender so that we can attach it to whatever we want. So now obstacle will be attached to, or not attached to, obstacle will come out in this registry.json file. It's not currently in here. So we need to run the app. Right now, the only way to kind of make sure that you have this up-to-date registry.json file is to run your application with all the registered types. Then everything will get reflected and run out into that registry. So in here now, we have a new obstacle entry. Obstacle, and that reflection gave us is component true. It's got a long name. It's got a short name. It's a struct with some fields. In this case, it doesn't have any fields. So now if we go into blenvy, and let's say I want to spawn in washing machines. Let's say that... Actually, are these cubes going to be part of this? I guess cube, door. Cool. We're good. So I think in blenvy, if we look at that collection here, we can put a collider constructor on this. Let's start with that. In this case, it's going to be a cuboid. We can look at the... I thought we could look at the data. Not tool. Not view. Item. That's not good. 2.85. So 223 is our size. That's the collider I want here. So in blenvy, we'll do 2, we'll do 2, and we'll do 3 for a cuboid. And then our thing is an obstacle. So this is an obstacle. We'll add that in. Assuming that the obstacle can be on anything, which I don't know. I don't know that that's true. I am kind of hoping that this gets an AABB by default. I believe it does, but we'll try a couple things. So the next thing that we need to do, if we're going to run this, is we need to be able to spawn these in. In this case, they already spawn stuff, right? So if we run this, we've got the code, and we aren't spawning anything because I'm not running the system. Did I pull in the system? Give target, set up nav mesh. We didn't pull in the system for the obstacles. So let's take a look at the system for the obstacles then. This is spawn obstacle on click. Let's look at that specifically. So mouse button, whatever, we don't care. Yada, yada, yada. And then it just spawns something in with an AABB component. Again, I think we get the AABB because we're using blenvy and because it does that by default for blueprints. But this is just spawning in at the mouse cursor, I think with a hard-coded Y, right? Let's see. We might need to do a little bit more than they're doing here, so we might not want to actually use the Blender stuff yet. But this is basically taking cursor position, camera to viewport, ray origin. This is using only Bevy stuff to do that, so it's not using Bevy mod raycast. Hey, second channel, how's it going? And then we aren't doing any, here's nav mesh settings, but we don't have any other stuff. So the question is, when does this actually update? Because if we just take this, right, and we slap it in here, and instead of doing whatever they're doing, we do what we want to do with rotation. I guess we'll pull in pi. Why not? Is that Vec 2 supposed to work? I think that's a typo. I think that's a typo in the demo. Does this demo run? Auto nav mesh AABB. Let's see. Cargo run example auto nav mesh AABB. It does run. Oh, this is spawning. Yeah, okay, cool. So that works. How's the jam progress going? Jam's fun. Jam's been really fun. I said it earlier, but I don't know if I'm going to submit or not yet. I think that the amount of time I've had this week and the things that I've chosen to do don't really make it so that I will be winning any jam anytime soon. Because we did a couple of unreleased crates, a couple of experimental things, a couple of pre-alpha stuff. And then also Bevy Tenua actually took a whole chunk of my week. So I don't know, TBD. But I'm very happy with what we've been doing. And I think I want to continue to work on this project because it's been so fun. Okay, the washing machine is there. We have that saved out, right? Check our blueprints. Blueprints, washing machine right there. Just save this for kicks. And then I guess we could technically run this now already, right? Did I add this? I didn't add this yet. Spawn on click. Primary window isn't what we want. So what are they doing with primary window here? Window single. Really, this is Bevy mod picking 3D, right? I actually think we should just get rid of all the picking and just spawn something on key press. Last time I attended a jam, it got really stressful at the end. Yeah. I'm totally relaxed here. I'm not like there's a show that I want to go to later. So I think I'm going to go to the show instead of, you know, like pushing my jam entry forward. So yeah, actually, I don't really care about anybody other than Gorgon City today. So yeah, we'll see. I'm just chilling, having a lot of fun is what I'm doing. Let's see. Let's get rid of this window. Let's say on mouse pressed, we don't care about the camera. In mesh, we'll grab our other stuff. We don't need to do any screen calculations. Just making this real. Ignore this code. Okay, we'll delete it then. Rand, we're randing from something or other. We don't want this. We'll get a global transform already. Let's just keep this around for a second because, again, I don't remember if we're going to get the AABB or not. In mesh extend was 0. Yeah. In mesh extend 0 makes it sound like we're going to put 0 at Z. I guess that makes sense if it's a screen space, but we don't need screen space. So we're going to go find our other code, which is the same logic effectively, just finding a place in the mesh, right? And we're going to take this logic and we'll pull it down. And this will be our XZ. It'll be Y of 0 because that's where our nav mesh is. From XYZ. Did I miss the let declarations for these? That was really strange. And then don't care about the log because it'll either happen or it won't. And then we need to spawn a Blender thing, which I can't remember exactly where it is. Maybe it's in game scene. So we're gonna need to spawn one of these blueprints. Here's our spawn. So right now, if we hit S, it'll spawn in a washing machine. But it only spawns it in. It doesn't do any nav mesh stuff. So we're gonna just yoink that and do that here. And this is the transform bundle, which will add everything. And let's do this. And this has to have our obstacle component on it as well. And then this is going to be from transform, and it's going to be transform from XYZ. We'll get an extra paren in there. And then we'll pull in spawn blueprint, which comes from blenvy. We'll pull in blueprint info, which comes from blenvy. So we should get, as far as I know, because we're doing this blueprint info and stuff, an AABB, the obstacle for the nav mesh, the actual mesh collection from Blender at a specific location. And this will do it on click, so we can run it every time. So if everything works, then this will work. That's how it goes. I feel like sometimes you just repeat yourself on stream. So we've got our player, we've got the nav mesh. This little thing in here is the nav mesh. If we look at the nav mesh, it looks like this. If I click, we panic because material file, materials, test scene materials should have been preloaded. Should have been preloaded. All assets loaded, attempting to spawn. Should have been preloaded. What does should have been preloaded mean? Let's see. We have another one. We have the cube. So maybe we do the cube for a second. %50 of the time, if something works, it works every time. Okay, so we're here. We get our character spawned in. We click. Materials, test scenes, GLB should have been preloaded. Does my other thing not work anymore? Yada yada. Finalizing. If I hit S, if I hit S, we also panic. I guess that's something that I just didn't test recently. Interesting. No type registration for materials path. No type registration for QBaker. No type registration for export path. Done spawning washing machine. And then the materials needed to be preloaded. Failed to deserialize component UUID with value. Let's go find out what this is first. So I think we just did cube. So let's do import. Let's do cube, import. We'll stick it in the same, look at the GLTF. Look for this ID. This ID is not in cube. Interesting. Is it in washing machine? The only downside about using GLBs is that you can't look at them without converting them to no results there. Is it in the scene then? Okay, so it's in the scene. This is got material baker in it, blueprint assets, temp scene. So this is the material scene. Interesting. Interesting. Why would that be causing an issue? We're spawning in the scene itself already. So maybe what we do here is clean up all of our files. So what I'm going to do is actually look at our blueprints and stuff, and I'm going to delete all of the generated files. None of the things that we actually like are using or whatever. And then when we go over to Blender, saving this should write everything out. And all of those folders should get filled back out. So we've got materials, scene, cube, washing machine, so on. So let's go back to using the washing machine, since that's what we want to use, and we'll run. Maybe because of shared materials should work. This is the issue. So let's do a brief dive into where this error is coming up from. So CD, Causa, blah, 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 blah. And then let's take this and let's put it into its own desktop. This is how I end up with 15 bajillion desktops. Do this and this over here. So I'm working with a slight fork of it right now. Anyway, let's see. So I turned this into a warning so that we could work with things that had third-party add-on metadata. So what do we need to look for? We need to look for this, but it won't have our data in it. So let's just look for should have been preloaded as a string, which should show up in one of these files. And this is going to be in materials. Source blueprints materials. And that is here. And this is asset server load material info.path. Fix me. Kind of weird now. That's hilarious. So it's trying to get the GLTF using the handle. So I think if we preload that ourselves, that should fix it. So what I'm going to do is grab the path here. And I'm just going to stick this path in our assets for Bevy Asset Loader, which I know loads things before the game starts. So this is going to be asset path equals material, or actually I have the full path on my clipboard, and then pub materials preload handle GLTF. And again, blenvy is pre-release, so we're working with like Git branches and stuff, and not an official release. Just to be clear. So hopefully we've preloaded it. Hopefully when it goes to actually pull it in, It exists now. I don't know if there's any special handling for this file, so I don't actually know if this is going to work. Oh, look. Look, there's a random washing machine in the floor. Okay, so it's not updating the nav mesh. But does anybody need a load of laundry done? Because we've got plenty of them. We've got plenty of plenty of washing machines hanging out here. Save that image for later. Okay, so open question. I think we probably don't have an AABB on this. Sorry, that was really funny to me for some reason. We're going to add an AABB in Blender and just see if that works. Maybe I'll make it a game where you just have to avoid washing machines falling on you for the game jam, and then we'll work on the overcooked one later. Okay, so it doesn't feel like we're getting updates here. We need to dig into the source code a little bit more. Not any of the blenvy stuff, but just the how is this actually updating is the question. So we've got the navigator plugin. We've got the nav mesh updater plugin. It updates on AABBs and the obstacles. I believe that these are on the same components. I believe they need to be on the same, or I believe these components are on the same entity. I believe they also need to be on the same entity. We'll find out in a second. I guess we could theoretically use a different source here. I don't know how we would do that necessarily. Setup stats, setup settings, setup agent, display mesh, remove obstacles, update settings, refresh path. I think it should be doing it. So I think the issue is that we aren't providing the data correctly, which means that it's the AABB issue. So if that's the case, we should enable Bevy Inspector eGUI. Actually, I see something in here right now. Spawn a nav mesh settings, triangulation, update mode. So I think that's what we need right there. I think that's the important thing that we were missing. And then let's go to the game scene, which is, no, we're doing this in nav mesh. Then we go in here and we go to where we're spawning our nav mesh. Nav mesh handle. Oh wait, was that just settings? Nav mesh bundle. What is a nav mesh bundle? How do you choose where you want the machine to be? You mean the washing machines? Right now we're just randomizing it. It's just like a for loop with like a like pick an XY position, throw it onto the plane kind of thing. So this is a handle to a nav mesh, a transform, an update mode. Okay, so I think we need to give this thing our handle. I'm going to get rid of this, I think. Because all we really need is the update mode. And then handle is going to be navmesh handle.clone. Transform update mode. All of that should be ready to go. So theoretically, unless I'm missing something, that's worth another attempt. Yeah, how do we choose where the machine goes? We just randomly spawn it. We're also randomly rotating it, which is why it was so funny to me earlier. Okay, it just went straight through, I think. So definitely not updating yet. Let's see if we have any warnings outside of the... injecting material, finalizing blueprint. Cool. All great. Type registration stuff. A lot of this is blenvy logs. So the question is, again, do we have the AABB calculated on this? And if we do, what is its value? And if the value is 0, 0, that's another reason that this could be happening. That's plenty of time too. Okay, so we spawn in here. Spawn in one of these. I think this will have a washing machine name on it. Oh no, every time I click. Which one was it? I'm going to go with 40. AABB. Yeah, so the AABB is not getting set for whatever reason. I wonder if we can use something else for the information. Like the collider. How do we set up a custom... what is it? Object source? Thing source? Source something or other? Obstacle source. Get polygon. Transform into a vec2. So is this is implemented for AABB, I guess. Gets the polygon and the obstacle in the local space of the mesh. So I think I don't want to write that code, honestly. This looks fine. I don't know what 2vec2 is. Oh, that little vec3 is actually in Bevy Math now? Sick. 2vec2 is navmesh transform point v dot xy. xy? Is xy correct for us? It's in 3D space, but it's being treated as 2D, effectively, is the situation here. So I think we actually want xz. So get polygon, right? Obstacle transform, global transform, nav mesh transform. We can take those two. We take the computed transform it is, however, seem like it's working in 3 dimensions, even though it's 2D, which I think is good. I think that's supposed to be doing the right thing. So I think it's just that our data isn't there. So the question becomes, for me, how do we set the data correctly? And one way that we could potentially do that is by setting this ourselves according to the data that we put in the collider. So x length of 2. I think x length means the full length, right? So if we're at 0, 0, 0, then this would be 1, 1, 1.5, theoretically. So that may mess with some other things because AABBs are used inside of Blender for various reasons. Is it because Blender uses Z as a different axis? I think that all of that's handled. I think all of that's handled. This information, though, wasn't getting filled out before. Maybe the primitives automatically have AABBs. I kind of jumped ahead a little bit too. So we're spawning in washing machines here instead of like something reasonable. So let's do game scene. We could do from min max. Let's just make this something really ridiculous. Let's do vec3, like negative 10, negative 10, negative 10. Let's do something really ridiculous that will definitely hit and show up. And we'll do 10, 10, 10, right? Which will make this AABB, actually this is the wrong spot to put this in. We're gonna put it in the other one, over in nav mesh. This needs to go here. So hopefully this will theoretically make it into something that is gigantic. So when we spawn, it actually like collides with the nav mesh. But nothing is happening there at all. So my impression of this right now is either center 0, 0, 0, half extends 10, 10, 10. So this should be like decimating the mesh, in my opinion. So the question is, did we miss something for the actual update to happen? Are we using the right nav mesh? Is this spawn a second nav mesh? Or are we not updating something? I don't think we need to do the updates. I think the plugin handles the updates. So this is a random mesh at a random location. This is all a 2D screen space demo. So that could be an issue. This defines a random AABB. Which again is screen space, so it's a random XY. Our Y is always 0, but we should be able to get this intersection regardless. So I think we are doing everything correctly at the moment. UI update settings, give target to navigator, move navigator. I don't think that we need to do anything else. I think we are good in terms of what we have to do. Let's look at auto nav mesh primitive and see if there's anything else in here. So this is primitive obstacle. And then very similar, mark it for update as soon as obstacles are changed. Other modes can be debounced or manually triggered. New obstacle spawns primitive obstacles. Maybe we spawn some primitive obstacles in, if that's the case, for the moment. And see if we can get it to work, and then we go back to the washing machines. So I'll grab this then. In that case, we will, I think, comment out this spawn. We'll keep this function around. We need to change what we're doing so that this is primitive obstacle. This thread RNG comes from RAN, so we can just pull that in. This vec2, I recently learned, comes from Bevy math, so that's cool. And then this is generating XY coordinates. I think that that's fine. Because technically all the nav meshes are 2D. So we're working with them in 2D, even though we have it in a 3D space. So the question becomes, how do we spawn this in? And this is using commands RNG transform like this. So we'll do the same. And then our transform was going to be something like this instead. Theoretically, that should spawn random things that properly deal with the nav mesh. I think I see. So I'm not sure how to update this at this point, I think. Because the transform in the world needs to be XYZ. Transform for the mesh is always 2D because it's a 2D nav mesh. I feel like these are still not in the right spot, if that makes sense. So these are X, Y things at a position. I think that should be okay. Let's take a look at some of them in Bevy Inspector eGUI. Like this one is a primitive obstacle, which is not registered, which is at 5.2 with no rotation and a scale. There's really nothing here. So yeah, not sure. I think this is something that I need to figure out off stream. I think that we are so close. We got the nav mesh working, which I'm super happy about. So we can predefine the nav mesh. We're just having trouble updating the actual nav mesh with like new obstacles. What is the position of the plane? The position of the plane is 0, 0 for the transform. If I scroll all the way down, there's a scene here. The scene has an AABB with a 1-1. Interesting. There's a scene. There is 2 planes, one of which is actually the source of... Actually, I think we can get rid of that one now that I think about it, because we aren't using it anymore. So this plane is, I think, the one we care about. Transform 0, 0, 0, scale 1, 1, 1. If we look at our scene, inside of scene in here, we've got plane 2 and point 2. Point 2 is a point light. Plane 2 is what we really care about. This is plane 3, so let's get rid of that. This is plane 2. So plane 2 doesn't have an AABB on it. Global transform. Global transform is somewhere. 2000. 2000. Oh, that's the matrix. Never mind. It's at 000 and it's 2020. Or not 2020. It's 2020 with a 0Y. Actually, now that I think about it, now that you mention that, I think we should check. So nav mesh, when we spawn the bundle, the PBR bundle is 0.2 up. But I think that's just for the PBR bundle, like just for the wireframe. I think the handle is still, like the handle doesn't need to exist in the world per se, right? Like we don't need to spawn the actual handle as far as I understand. or rather, we don't need to render it in any way. It's still an entity. It still has components. It still has data. But it doesn't need to. I guess the other thing that would be interesting to know is if it's creating more nav meshes. Because we do have some pretty stiff logic around what is actually considered the current nav mesh when we visualize. So let's do fn debug query, nav meshes, res nav mesh, res assets nav mesh. For nav in nav meshes, I guess we could just do the count too. Nav meshes dot. Is there a count on here or a length? There's a length. So we'll info nav meshes dot length. Just to see if we're getting more of them or not. Clicking does not create more, so I'm assuming that they are not creating more. So there is just the one. I believe we are updating that one, or I believe that we are at least spawning things into the right position to update that one. The AABB data is up for grabs at the moment. I think that it's... But we also couldn't make it work with things that are just absolutely gigantic, right? So I think because of that, I'm inclined to say because it's effectively a 2D nav mesh that we are rendering in a 3D world. But the mesh itself should be in 2 dimensions. Just the dimensions we're using are X and Z, which I think from looking at the way that this was working was fine. The question is the AABB data source. Hey, Prince. The AABB data source does use all of this, and it uses XY. So that's the only hang up, I think, is should we be using XZ? So let's do an implementation. We can't implement it for anything though, is the hard part. What, do we have a type we can implement this on? I don't think so. Everything is third party. What do we have? We have our own obstacle, right? So get polygon then. Given an obstacle transform and a nav mesh transform. We don't have any other data in here. So how do we do that? We don't have the data in obstacle to do this. We need it to be on AABB, or we need it to be implemented for us for Avian. I think AABB is the right thing to implement it on, but are we setting the right values? Prince, just so you're caught up, we have working nav mesh. Oh, we don't have working nav mesh. We have broken code because I copy pasted something in that doesn't work into my file. Um, unrelated code breakage. We have nav mesh though. Yada yada, new game. This is nav mesh working. This is the visualization. There's a hole in the middle. We keep doing this like this, and so far it's working. Except we can't update it is the issue. Can you not search for your own messages anymore in Discord? I love these tracing colors. Well, the lights are from the actual crate decided to use blue and red. It also made the decision to put lights on them. So the lights coming back onto the plane are what you're seeing there. There's like a capsule and I think a sphere. And in addition to the capsule and the sphere meshes, there's a light inside of each of them, which is very cool. And we have HDR on, so we're getting a little bit of that bloom effect and stuff. Maybe the triangle list stuff is... We could look at the code for sure. Oh, apparently Discord will just change the thing that you searched for. I know that there was I was looking for a specific message that included a specific word, and it just changed the word that I used. That's awful. Yada, yada, yada. Stuff is too advanced for you. That's totally cool. The navigator stuff, the only problem with it is that to actually debug this, I might have to read the code. For a second, I'm going to look at somebody else's implementation that I remember seeing. Yeah, so somebody else is doing literally what I'm doing here. I know that for a fact. So this works. Whatever this does should work. We are doing something wrong. Oh, they shared their code. Okay, hang on. I'm going to look at their code for a second. They shared this in Discord. So I'm going to also paste it in case anybody wants to also look at this. I don't know if they're using the updating. So I'm just going to take a look for a second. I don't see them actually using it though. So not sure. If it's in this current version or not. Looks like it is. Where is it? Give target, reach target, move to target, add animations, spawn, resource exists. There's navmesh. Oh, they're using some extra new stuff too. They implemented multi-layered nav mesh, so it's not just 2D for them anymore, which is really interesting. I don't think it's documented or pushed up though. I think they're using like a custom version of the crate. What did we call this? Level selector levels main. God, everything being named plugin is really not helping. That's not my favorite thing from the quick start repo. I think anytime you're naming everything the same exact thing, you're probably asking for trouble. Logo loading, yada, yada, yada. Physics, particle system, easings. Well, if I can't find it in another second, I'm just gonna go back to doing what I was doing. But yeah, so the dynamic updating is the thing that we're having trouble with at the moment. I don't even see their plugin in here. They're definitely using navmesh, but maybe they didn't push up the code. TBD. Oh, they might be using Pollyanna directly, which is the underlying library for the navmesh. Level as navmesh, obstacles, iter, translation, collect. Spawned obstacle, removed obstacles. They really aren't doing anything. You're not supposed to control anything in the if you ran the repo, I don't think there is actual control at the moment. I think it's just a demo. I don't know how much code they've put up. But the demo they posted is just showing nav mesh stuff. So you wouldn't be able to actually do that. Yeah, okay. Obstacles, iter, map. And they're collecting X and Z. So we definitely need to work with X and Z. And their as nav mesh builds up a custom Pollyanna mesh. Okay. So they don't have the code that we need in this repo. Unfortunate. So with that, I'm not sure because it definitely works, right? Like it's clear that clicking into the nav mesh in this demo works. Very clear. So the question is, how do we get the data that we need into this? Because this is the demo. Where's AABB? There's AABB. This is the demo, right? So there's some UI, some agent logic, navigator plugin, nav mesh updater plugin, AABB, and obstacle. I wonder if the AABB needs to be calculated differently because they're using XY for the implementation. So I wonder if inserting data here we need to update the AABB with XZ or something like that. Because if we look at AABB and Bevy, there's actually multiple AABBs. We're looking at the rendering one, not the whatever it's called. So these things can't move around right now. So maybe we just set the AABB when we spawn it. And setting the AABB, maybe we fake it. Maybe we fake it with the XY. Now, I thought that's what we were doing already when we spawned in this obstacle, right? From min-max, and then we have all three of these being appropriate. Let's say this is, instead of 10, this is 2. So theoretically, 222 should have... Oh, actually center, this is center. So what am I doing there? That's wrong. That's just fundamentally wrong. So center and half extent. So this is a 4x4 by, or yeah, 4x4x4. So if we run this with the correct AABB settings, because I was actually putting it like way over here compared to where the level is. It's unfortunate that I didn't have a gizmo on screen to show me that. Yeah, that's not working. So that is an AABB with an obstacle. It's center at 0, 0, and it's 222. This is obviously wrong. Right, because they're not all centered at 0, 0, 0. From center half extent. I also feel like the AABBs should be getting updated. And I almost feel like they're not. Maybe with new or from center half extent. From center half extent doesn't exist. I think that's from min-max. I think those are the same thing. And there's no new on AABB either. I think you're probably looking at AABB 2D or 3D if you're looking at the docs right now. So there's AABB, There's AABB2D and AABB3D. 2D and 3D are new. AABB is a rendering abstraction. So it's a little bit awkward to be using AABB for this, but it is automatically, as far as I'm aware, calculated for things in the scene, or it should be. It will be automatically added by systems and calculate bounds to entities that could be subject to frustum culling and don't have a no frustum culling. So anything with a mesh should have an AABB. So if we look at the running game in Bevy Inspector eGUI, I believe that we need to stick obstacle actually on the meshes, right? So if we look for the washing machine here, we've got the washing machine, and technically it has an AABB with, you know, a center at a spot. Why is it 222 still? So the washing machine, cube, and hole. This is the actual thing we care about, right? This mesh in here, which does have an AABB and does have a half extents and has a handle. So I think really we want to look for this if we can. And stick obstacle on. What do we stick obstacle on? Stick obstacle on anything with anything with an AABB. That's going to be awful. Parent, transform, visibility. We could tag these, I guess. Let's tag the interior things with obstacle. Let's tag the things that actually show up with AABBs already on them that are actual meshes. So library, cube, right? So cube 1. This is going to have obstacle. We'll add it to this. We will add it to this. And I think we can just ignore hole. Hole doesn't really matter. If the other two have it, we're good. And then we'll run again. And now I feel like I got rid of something we actually needed. Easier would be, yeah. So the issue is I am not sure currently what specifically we need and where we need it, right? Because we're not updating for some reason. We've got a collider constructor and an obstacle on this. And we've tried putting the AABB on this. And it doesn't seem to work. So I have to believe that we are just not updating that correctly. Let's go with your original thought as well while we're doing this. And check to make sure that this triangle list thing isn't actually an issue here. So Bevy mod raycast is, I think, not used in the repo. I don't know why Bevy mod raycast is throwing issues. I don't think it's related to the navigator. I think it's related to Bevy mod picking, which I am using. So here, the dependencies are on Pollyanna, Bevy, and iter tools. So that's it. there is no ray casting going on here, so it can't possibly be the problem. Let's take a look at updater, maybe? My next step usually, there it is. Only supports meshes with primitive topology triangle list. But we did successfully create one. So it does work. Because I believe that is what we already have. I think the wireframe is the issue. Yeah, but it only shows up when we're mousing over the wireframe, which makes me feel like the wireframe is the issue. Right? So the nav mesh should be fine. We've seen the nav mesh work. We could do something fancier, like implement our own Pollyanna mesh, but I don't really want to do that at the moment. We can get the underlying Pollyanna mesh. Check if a 3D point is in a navigatable part of the mesh. To mesh, to wireframe mesh. Yeah, look, new mesh, primitive topology line list. I think that's the issue. That's the issue we're seeing with the wireframe. So when we create a wireframe, that turns into a line list. And thus, the only time that we actually see that issue is when the wireframe is shown. So try meshes, etc. That's lib. Obstacles updater. This updater is probably the thing with the nav mesh bundle. Yeah. Bundle for preparing an auto updated nav mesh to use with the plugin. Transform used to set the transform point in 3D to 2D by ignoring the Z axis. Used to transform point in 3D to 2D by ignoring the Z axis. So the transform then should be 0, 0, which makes sense. How to trigger nav mesh updates. Direct. Handle to the nav mesh we have. Status of the last update. Settings for the thing. So settings should be fine. I don't know what the default triangulation would be from outer edges. I think maybe this is it. Maybe we have to set triangulation. Right? Like maybe it doesn't recognize anything if it doesn't know how big the triangulation is. So when we're doing the settings here, I removed that because I didn't think it was going to be that important. But turns out it might be. So let's grab this, settings, stick it here. And then this triangulation, define the outer borders of the nav mesh. This is screen space, so it's X, Y, Z, right? Are you trying to get the objects on the nav mesh to recognize the washing machine collision? Basically, yeah. So when we spawn anything in, it doesn't have to be the washing machine, it can be anything. There's going to be a way to take that and transform it into basically an intersection with the nav mesh, and then cut that piece out of the nav mesh. The navigator library takes care of all of the cutting for us. So we just need to put things in the right place and define things in the right way, and everything should work. In this case, we have 2D, 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 2D 4 2D values from outer edges. What is triangulation? Let's go to the most recent version, triangulation. From outer edges. Create a new triangulation from a list of points on its outer edges. So this is x, y for the distance. So in our case, this is like 10, 10, 10, 10 kind of thing. It's using the mesh width for x and the mesh height for y. So we should be able to do this. Our nav mesh, right? We actually have the nav mesh, and we have the mesh that we turned into the nav mesh. This is the mesh. So let's do let mesh equals this, and we'll keep it around instead. This is handle to a mesh, I guess. We need this. I guess it has to unwrap as well. So this will just be mesh, and we'll do the unwrap as well. Right, like this has to work. And now we have a reference to the mesh. The mesh then hopefully has some data we could use. Let's look at the docs, because looking at the autocomplete is not being especially helpful. So mesh here in Bevy Prelude should have attributes. I don't think attributes is what we want. It might be compute normal, smooth, flat, compute AABB. Compute an axis aligned bounding box of the mesh vertices in model space. And I think with that, we can take this, which is going to be vec3, and turn it into what we need. So is that the best way to do this? That's an open question. Vertex size, indices, scaled by, transformed by. I think that is going to be the best way to do this for us for the moment. Right, so we'll have an AABB. AABB gets us the bounding. The bounding for us is going to be XZ is going to be the important parts. So AABB dot something. AABB dot, we have center minus AABB dot whatever the other thing is, half extent. So this is the lower end. And let higher is the same thing. Right? So then we do lower dot x, right? No, width and height. Half extents. If this is just width and height, they're not negative. So it's actually AABB dot half extents dot x times 2. I think that's the right calculation. And then we don't need these as F32s because we'll have F32s. And then we're going to do the same thing for height, but it's going to be Z. And then what's wrong with meshes? We have a borrow to a mesh because I put the AABB down way here. But we don't need that. We can put that up here and not do that at all. So we won't have an issue there. And then this should be able to do it if the guess is correct. Doesn't look right. Something's really wrong. It's spinning out. So you'll see there it's going. I feel like it's pinned in that one location. So what is this? This wouldn't be 0, 0 then, right? These are 2D points. Currently, we are mapping it to basically only positive. So I think I was right the first time. It does need to be, I think, it might need to be ×2. But I think it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 would be not 0, 0, but negative this. And then also negative that, right? So we've got negative, 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 positive. So it's going to be this all the way through. Right? It's going to be negative, 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 positive, 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 negative. Looks like it's an axis problem. Maybe. We'll see. I think it's yeah, okay. So the whole thing breaks when we spawn something. We're still spawning in that like ridiculously big collider, right? The washing machine. Let's make that a little bit smaller. Everything stops immediately whenever we spawn in a washing machine. So there's something going on. I think you're right vaguely about it being an issue. So we've got the AABB, right? We've got the half extents. Maybe displaying the updated half mesh. Yeah, I think but we should be, right? They're the same nav mesh, right? You think we're not updating it when it changes? See, nav mesh visibility, nav mesh display. Current mesh. We only have one nav mesh, so this is the nav mesh. It's this handle. The wireframe, I guess the wireframe isn't getting updated. Is that possible, you think? So then we would have to do this repeatedly. And update the nav mesh display. So nav meshes should be one, right? So nav meshes dot, is there a dot single on resources? Let we do have a bevy mesh and a nav mesh. That is, we created a bevy mesh to create the nav mesh. So you're somewhat right, but we can't visualize the nav mesh directly, I don't think. We have to turn it into a wireframe. And I think you're right in that we aren't doing that. So if we grab this, current mesh is current mesh. And this is a resource. Right? Then we have the handle that we need. So nav meshes.get current mesh 0. And this is a nav mesh. Nav mesh? Nav mesh. Unwrap. So we have the nav mesh here again. Nav mesh, I think, has the to wireframe mesh. So we need meshes here. Because what we're going to do is insert another mesh. Yes, we technically have two meshes is the answer to that. But meshes stored in bevy meshes and meshes stored in the nav meshes are different. And when we create the wireframe mesh, I think we aren't doing the update. So we need this. Right, and then we add this. And that's a handle to a mesh for the wireframe, which is exactly what we needed, which is already what I'm doing there. Why did I copy that? And then what we need is to find this and change the mesh handle. So this is going to be handle mesh with a nav mesh display. This is going to be mute. This is going to be mute. This is going to be a reference. And then we're only going to have the one. So for handle, for mute handle in handles, we are going to update. Why we need to clone that, I'm not sure. Oh, because we're doing it in a loop. Never mind. So theoretically, no, that was a good call out. That was a good call out. And to be fair, it's not working. Also because I don't really know what's going on per se. So look at that. Because that is updating. What is it doing? I don't know. But it's updating. So now we're seeing the wireframes. I think that had we done that before, it would have done us really well. I think we should have had your suggestion, this wireframe updating, a long time ago. I'm trying to click in without actually... Okay, there we go. New game. So this is only going back and forth on one axis. And when we spawn this in, it kind of gets stuck. Why? Who knows? I think there's something happening here for how this intersection is happening that is really messed up. So if we look at the... If we look at the mesh that we set up, like the... without the triangulation, the capsule goes up and down. Yeah, it is only locked to that one axis, like we were talking about earlier. So it's fine now. If I display this, it looks like this, right? When I click, it's fine because we're not using the sizing on the triangulation to do the actual update. So the only way that it updates, apparently, is if we do this. Hello, what language does verse derive from? Verse is its own language. It has some inspirations from a number of different other languages. Languages like Haskell influence it, etc. But yeah, it's not really, it's like its own thing at this point. A bunch of research went into actually creating it from scratch. Maybe the transform to pass from 3D to 3D should be a rotation that rotates to make the z-axis be in the y direction. Oh, we overflowed the stack. That's funny. This triangulation for the nav mesh. I feel like the triangulation is almost hard-coded is the issue. So from outer edges, right? Create a new triangulation from a list of points on the outer edges. This creates a new geopolygon, whatever that is, from those things, from X and Y, and collects them from a line string. Yeah, once again, wild guess. Yeah, I do get that. I feel like I'm not clear on when we need to be dealing in 2D and when we need to be dealing in 3D. I know the library only works in 2D right now, but it accepts 3D meshes. You think GeoPolygon is a C++ library? Might be a port. That's entirely possible. Let's do something a little silly, I guess. Let's make this gigantic and see what happens. Yeah, so we can't see the mesh right now, right? So where's the mesh? It's got to be vertical, right? Because even though we placed that over here, it's colliding with this Y bound. So do we rotate it? If we rotate it, which way do we rotate it? Because it looks like the collision then the collision is right if you push things correctly, because this is a vertical, like if you imagine the nav mesh turns into this vertical slice, right? Could it be since the washing machine is landing on the mesh at an on angle? No. So if you look at the washing machine here, right, and you see where this is actually getting pushed into the nav mesh, if you have a vertical wall here, that's what's rendering these white lines. So if I do this again, you can see that there's actually a, like, it's going into the axis. So this x-axis has a vertical wall on it. And that's where this is getting put into for the nav mesh. So it's working. It's updating the nav mesh. It's just not rotated correctly. And it can get itself stuck, apparently. But yeah, so this is all like, if you flattened everything into that x-axis, that's what's happening here. Which means that it is coordinate system related from outer edges. So if we're doing X, right? We need the other axis or to rotate it. Define the outer boundaries, update mode, handle nav mesh handle. Hey Crods, how's it going? So the question is, this is just a helper, right? And this is a geopolygon. So when we do from outer edges, it's running this code right here. So if we mess with it, geopolygon comes from geo. I feel like I'm playing Hollow Knight. Geo? Constrained, triangulation. I guess it comes from spade. Interesting. Let's see. Can we get it from pulling in here? Is it re-exported? No, I think we have to pull. I think we have to pull this dependency in. Whatever this geo dependency is, I think we need it to be able to do this. There's a VS Code plugin that would tell me what version that is. 28. So we have geo now. We are going to geo our way to victory here. How would you render PBR scenes inside of a Sickle UI component? Let's say inventory, where each slot renders a small version of the item's 3D object itself. I think Sickle only does UI. So what I would do is I would have a 3D camera pointed at the object, like the 3D object that you're looking at. And I would render that to a texture. And then I would put that texture in the UI using the image handle. I think that's what I would do. And I think you can do that for as many things as you want. And I would use render layers to make sure that the things that you put in the scene only go to that one like special 3D camera. And then I would just use that texture in the UI. There should be an example for render to texture in the Bevy examples. Yeah, I think you would end up with one camera per rendered object. I don't think that's going to be an issue, just to be clear. But I bet you if you asked in the rendering channel in Discord, somebody that's intimately familiar with rendering would be able to tell you if, 20 cameras would be an issue. I don't think 20 would be. Shrug. It's up to you. I think that you're not going to get a 3D object in the UI otherwise. Yeah. I guess the other thing you could do, you probably don't actually need the texture per se. Because you could just pick out an area of the screen. But if you wanted to work inside of Sickle as like an image, I would definitely render to texture. See, examples. Is it in shaders? There's so many examples these days. It's wonderful. I really love it. I wonder if there's a 3D example in there. Games, gizmos, ECS, camera. Camera is the new camera stuff. 3D. It also might have been renamed. Render to texture. So you'll get a render to texture. You'll have to create a texture descriptor and create your own image for it to render to. You'll use render layers to control what goes onto that specific layer. So you need render layers on the camera and on the thing you're rendering. And then you'll have an image and you'll be able to pass that image to, Sickle as a handle. And you'll be able to position it using Sickle if you do it that way. Does GeoPolygon not come from that? I guess line string comes from Geo, so we did need Geo. I don't know where GeoPolygon comes from though. Polygon, oh, it's just Polygon. I guess we'll do the same thing they're doing here, just to map it. I would really love this to work. That's why I'm putting effort into it. From outer edges to a triangulation. This is no longer self. This is triangulation. Why didn't that work? That's weird. Let's find out. Private fields. Okay, if that's the case, do we have a from geo? We don't have a from geo. Private fields. We need to pass in the triangulation here, right? We're not fixed as a triangulation. From outer edges, add obstacle as nav mesh. We're rapidly approaching the point of actually needing to run this code ourselves, like clone the repo, which is something I do all the time, honestly. Not for like it not working reasons, but for like all the pre-release crates that I'm using. Easy. Do that all the time. Ooh, Bevy Velo just got render layers. Sick. You know, I don't love having notifications on my phone, but GitHub notifications can be great. So I don't think we're going to be able to make this triangulation in the way that they want us to. Feels really weird. Can we rotate a triangulation? Can't rotate. Can we transform it in some way? Outer nav mesh obstacles. Yeah, I think that is. That is as far as we're going to get without cloning the repo. I am interested in doing that. So let's do that quickly. I can show you how that's done. If this doesn't work fairly quickly, we'll abandon it, but we need to clone this. Actually, I already cloned it. What am I thinking? So instead of using the released version, we are going to use the local version. This is the other reason that I might not end up submitting mine, is because I'm doing a lot of this for various pre-release crates and stuff. So that should work there. This will fail as usual, as expected. Wait, why did that fail? I guess technically it's not failing, right? So let's open this. Do some experimentation. Source, not obstacles. Updater? Was it an updater? Triangulation? Oh, Pollyanna triangulation is what it is. That's what I was looking at. Dang. Okay, so we're 2 libraries deep. I think that's a stopping point. 2 libraries deep is probably a little bit more deep than I want to be. Is that what we were actually looking at though? Yes. Okay. So that does come from Pollyanna. Interesting. Might need. I know that we don't need to actually. Well, I don't know that for sure, but I think that just basically doing a rotation on this triangulation would be enough for this to work. So we're so close. It is basically working. Everything is there that needs to be there. The only thing that needs to happen is that we are putting a mesh in that uses XZ instead of XY. And while that's working for us at the moment, when we go to update it, the updates need a bounding. And the bounding is locked to 0Z. So the only way that I could think of to fix that is to see how fixed is being used, and if it is being used in a way that can rotate, that would be the only way out without modifying the code that I can see at the moment. So updater uses fixed. Let's take a look at updater for the last attempt here. So settings.fixed is base, and base is build nav mesh. And this will add obstacles for us, and then simplify, and then run pre-build. So that returns the base and the nav mesh. And this does work. We just need it to be XZ and not XY. So this is get polygon. Transform mesh transform. This is all working. The base, again, settings fixed, add obstacles. This triangulation, I think, still needs to be the thing that is rotated. And the Pollyanna triangulation, oops, wrong Chrome window. The Pollyanna triangulation can only be created with XY in mind, which makes sense to an extent. So the only other way that I would think about doing this is if we rotate if we do a mesh in Blender that is vertical, we do a mesh in Blender that's vertical and then we rotate it in the display. It's the only way that I can think of that working. But I think that's the stopping point for automatic updates. I think that we need to check in with the creator of the library and probably check my usage in a sense and see if I can get the triangulation to work like that. We did get the auto or we did get the nav mesh working, right? It's just that we have a static nav mesh and it would be really nice to have a dynamic nav mesh. I am very happy with the library as far as the static nav mesh goes, and I'm looking forward to getting the dynamic nav mesh working, because we can just kind of pick points and then figure out how to get to that point. And we really do only need 2D. Can you change the default Blender axis to match Bevy? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that's an option in Blender. You can just transform it like XYZ equals XZY. Like that's what just, it's that easy. Like it's not a terrible transformation. You just read the data differently. So overall, I'm super happy with this. I'll probably keep playing with it off stream. But I think that's where I'm going to call it. And then I'm going to dive into actually fixing the dynamicness. So if I fix the dynamicness, I'll let you know in Discord for anybody that is still on this deep dive with us. But other than that, I think I'm going to call it there. Thanks for hanging out. We're back again on Saturday morning as usual, every Saturday. And probably next week, I'm probably still going to be working on this. I am having a ton of fun with all these different libraries. I anticipate that some of them will actually get releases fairly soon. So I would love to keep working on this. And we shall see. I will catch you all in the next one.